Aw. Nice. What was it? Ah. Yes, that's going to be one of the most common ones. There are 3 different places they can have you jump through. Be right back. It's the Deafopotamus! How's it going, Def? Oh, Neko Hayo, everyone. How are you doing today? It is me. I'm here. You're cute. And yeah. Hi. I missed y'all. You're my favoritist peoples. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room...
Ah, yes,
slowly
Sholmes
came
and
into
Wilson.
Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
This is where he went after he destroyed the satellite.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle.
There are definitely marks that look like...
So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
So
I'm
it's
a
gonna
great
be
British consultant detective, the only
our
one
best
in the
friend that's accused of murder, right?
world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Also, Sherlock Sholmes, everyone. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Oh, nope, it's apparently us! Wait, I can't move. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Sato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh, is Kazuma the victim? Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pen. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin that was bolted shut from inside. Okay. The lock doesn't look like it was there are no marks on the lock. Really, you're going to tell me that the lock that is... Wait, no, I guess they probably... Never mind. They would have had to have broken into the room in order to... don't know yet. Yeah, I mean, I guess the lock would have been bolt... Wait. But it's... also in its open position. So was it locked, or did they... Why would they have... Whatever. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. These handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Darth Vader, no! I don't know. Maybe I'm not actually Phoenix's ancestor. I'm Maya's. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Yeah, but good job, Mia's ancestor. You're here to tutor me through the first case and then get fucking killed in the second one. Good job. You sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha 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 ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Dude! Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain, but if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Miko Toba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. Oh no. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? Doesn't the seal over the wardrobe definitively prove that it couldn't have been me? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer! No, I'm not a murderer! Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Literally, I am like the only one who couldn't have done it. Also, He knows Russian? Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. I don't know, that sounds kind of sus. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? These handcuffs. They think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? And they found him. The cabin was locked from the inside. Yes, and the cabinet was sealed from the outside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been someone inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Yeah, I would go with the vent immediately. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? You're still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining his body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there was no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin, after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. This morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open. Okay, yeah, that would be what broke the lock. But why is the lock in the open position now? And we managed to get inside. There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, all right. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and we've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? I go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level. If you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Oh, why are you bunny? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. I am not a bunny. I'm a cat. Look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Okay, like, current working brain theory is that he was being tasked with doing something bad abroad.
Bunny, 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 bunny.
I'm not a bunny. I'm not a banui. Sorry that we kept it a secret from you. By stowing away on the ship, I mean. Did you just come into voice to say bunny, 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 and then leave? You fucking gremlin.
Bunny!
Okay. You're being a gremlin. I appreciate that. It's silly. But I'm not a bunny. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me. To avoid me becoming guilty by association. Yes, literally exactly that. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. Okay, working theory so far. Since no one knew he was here, that food that Kazuma had was clearly intended for Kazuma. Someone drugged that food so they could kill Kazuma in his sleep. That's all I got. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I highly doubt it was a case of uninstall. You know, it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing, like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. Yeah, clearly. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did he have why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? We fucking investigate? Yeah, I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. Yeah, congratulations. You have decided to investigate more of the murder than you did last time. No. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hey-ya! Aw, post some of them to the Discord. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial artist form is that? Is that because her name starts with sus? Didn't need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yeah, exactly. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? No, like... It also does track, though, that, like, she would be tasked with... I mean, she was also vitally instrumental in us succeeding in the previous trial. So if the motive were something like, don't let him get to England, then, you know, that would just be already out of the equation. If you've forgotten already what you achieved a few weeks ago, you successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence. Right now, that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Yeah, the paper fucking seal, my guy. What's this? You can see the remnants of glue. We used to stick this over the... Well, it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. Put it to a stowaway like me. Every grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. Couldn't bear to waste any. Yeah, I was sealed inside the wardrobe when I was discovered the wardrobe before. Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. Thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. Maybe. So naturally, he did the same thing last night as well. Yes, of course, the gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Not technically, I mean, but it definitely points against it. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Yeah, well, in light of that, at the very least, that proves two alternatives. One, that there was someone else in this room. Two, that Kazuma put the sign on, but he was on that. It would be really, really difficult for them to spin it as Kazuma put the sign on after I was there. They're going to spin that. That is going to be spun. But, you know, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility to use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back into position. What does she think I am, a magician? Yeah, okay, if I could conjure that sign back into position, somebody could have conjured the fucking door locked. Look, I know we're in the 1900s and all, but let me tell you, in the future, when people are coming up with things wizards can do, fuck with locks is like one of the first things wizards learn to do in like any canon. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. All right, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Hi, Sticky. How have you been? Oh, I've thought of somewhere else that we have confirmed explanation that a person could be. Kazuma, I swear I will avenge your death. Welcome back. There's a large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes. You see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Can we look inside of it, please? We have literal confirmation that that case is body-sized. What's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. So we're going to just teach me how to scroll the screen. Yeah. I'm sure you're careful to look all around using B and M, aren't you? Why a B and M? I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must be connected to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. If its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely we should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so the rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. It's also a means by which person could. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his fingers in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Look, so far we've been told that it's likely Cyrillic script. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have a broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Nitsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? Mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It is sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. Didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Have a good lurk, Sticky. Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. Yeah! Really? That's out of the question. Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? All right. I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? The fuck? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like the man might be European. Oh, how did he... Chat, I've thought of something else. What was the opening to this case predicated on? I was thinking, how else could something have gotten into this room? And then I saw this. But then I thought, no, there's no way someone could have snuck into that. You'd have to be some sort of, like, snake or something to go through that. Noticed the man too, have you? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Ryunosuke, I hate to tell you this. Being from Japan, you're going to have to get used to that when dealing with foreigners. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma's desk. Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it? Or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people while they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get the suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Wow. Okay. No, there we go. Greetings. I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how... How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. No, please explain it. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. No, I'd be going to either Eorzea or Final Fantasy III for that. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, aren't you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. Susato? Where are we from? And is it Russia? What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. There's no way I... So this is just going to be a thing that happens. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Hi, Simple. Sherlock Holmes is an idiot. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Ravin Revolutionary. Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? No! Whilst venturing towards flying climbs, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? That is literally the only thing you got right. Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it. You see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, and observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude, and more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. You see, the estate that can... Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's estate. That's who did Sherlock Holmes, right? Gets really pissy when people use Sherlock Holmes without their permission, even though it's, like, long been in public domain. So Capcom were just like, fuck it. Sherlock Sholmes. Hey, Rose. So it's really you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? Must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see, you're German? Hairlock, was it? No. I have no hair. I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Ranced Magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. I'm the rich, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. So the professor really was Watson. At this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most suitable reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a term both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. You're an idiot. Okay, so that was not added to court record. I've got to be right back, chat. 1 second, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Kinda. Gonna wait out the ad. Okay, so we are back. Welcome back, everyone. How are you today? Oops, did I just pick the... Yep. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Gumshoe has proven to be at least slightly competent. That should tell you my opinions on this man. Welcome back. I see in other words... I'm in these now because of him. Yes. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to this scene of the crime. Simple, you weren't here when he accused me of being a Russian assassin. Oh, okay. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry for this taking so long. I've been trying to order a food. And I do not remember my password. There we go. There was my password. The very moment I had laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Hi, Gilfer. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Yes, but first, let us be precise. Two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. Those two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what makes you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. It says something like, suck a blot. That is Russian, the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Yes. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? No! Why are you not shooting this down, like, super immediately? Initially, I considered Garderob maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there, at least, where he found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Are school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim in the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. So I would invite you to look at this photograph. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. I don't know. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oops, what, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if you insist. How many times? I'm not Russian and don't speak Russian. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Yeah, doesn't that mean like very good or something? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah, yes, the more sordid details. He was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port of call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? Yes, a lot of the time. What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here. Take the paper for yourself, a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you? I've observed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Okay, well, at least he based his shit on something, rather than complete bullshit. You may find the article on the back page of it. The back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. That's interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina. That's going to be her name, isn't it? Of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young... Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? Yeah, just call all of them Boris. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing and from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Yep, Susato is just She's... Susato? Ask for a burger. And argue about what a stepladder is. The tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Sato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, Bonsai, Mikado, Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. The diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before, then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. Final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. Second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator. So he was snacked. Speckled band, what on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I never heard the expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. It's the adjoining cabin. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. Matter warrants further investigation. Matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. You think perhaps that we could go with you? No. That would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know, not really. So, what were you looking at? What, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Let's go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? Just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Ugh. As if you give me any choice in the rolling over part. Hi, Delta. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself, and I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Sword. Sword never used to kill. Murder. Sword. Literally there. Roast chimkin. How plate on floor? Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. He didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? Just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Yeah, the poison was intended for him. Books have fallen over. Statue of some god of the sea? Well, he's fallen over as well. Whole shelf has been ransacked. And we've tampered with the crime scene. Good job, Susato. Okay, well, he had a sword, and he probably got snacked. I am neither a dangerous object nor a pet. Bell cord contraption? Yep, this is literally just Maya. Okay, I guess we have to talk to, we have to examine the door first. But why is it in the open position now? My food on its way yet? Not yet. Okay, we talked to this crewman. Can't help but feel like you've seen that crewman. It's you, that guy. The one from the thing. Mr. Bloodcough. Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? Indeed. You seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I could do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. What are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility for what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was the Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace! All I can do is humbly apologize, Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. So we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman over there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next-door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What, really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Sarahoto-san, by presenting me with a yes, I know how... We're past the tutorial, please! Yes! Please stop tutorial. Which we have to go into a special menu for, apparently. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote about something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. Ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. Yeah, if that's the case, I'm going to be Maya's ancestor. I can't leave the cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. I'd like to move and we can leave the cabin. If you'll notice, I kind of do tend to, you'll notice that I sort of start to not read everything when we're in the investigative portion. You set on a study tour, put on first-class cabin. Twice as large as your accommodation. Oh, look, over there, another angry Russian. Can't leave, got it. Yeah, but he's been in the thing. Look at this book. Nothing to report last night on it, apparently. Yeah, no, they haven't been floating on the sea. They're connected to the sea floor. Emergency alarm. I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't know if this is modern politics or anything, or ancient politics, or... And what the fuck is... oh, it's a mousetrap? Okay, because we don't talk politics in here. Just making sure you weren't throwing shade at someone who's, like, currently in office. Okay, I guess we talked to the, to Boris the Sailor Man. Okay, food is here. 1 second. Okay, I am here. It is just bleh. It is distressingly frequent that I've seen the situation where politician on a ship, by the water for any reason, says something, followed by Navy person having to explain things of why that politician is an idiot. Russian. Oh yeah, I just assumed that was arm hair. Oh! I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen a Russian from before the Communist Revolution that I don't know what a Russian who's been fed properly looks like. You, little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? All right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You, little third-class lady's maid. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. It Boris. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Phew. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Borya steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. Kings and queens traveling in secret very often go into spaces exclusively for kings and queens traveling in secret. That is why I am guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid Stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Da. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. It sounds like there's someone in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? Also, I want to check something real quick. No, his face is way too wide. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Grimsby Roylott? Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of Student Boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Did you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins... Which is what this is a reference to. Must be rather important, is that right? And thank you for that, otherwise I would have spent far too long trying to figure out what the fuck the pun was. That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? No, I do not think I would like to try that dish. Thank you very much. Ah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, did you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he would catch my eye for a moment there. He wouldn't catch my eye for... This is enough. I cannot say more now. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, all right. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles at the top of the mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. I refuse to believe that that is a Russian saying. Is my Sturm voice really just my Bane voice? Yes, I understand. Or no, my Sturm voice is my Bane voice. Is my Russian voice really just my Bane voice? Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. The burly seaman is gone, dude. Damn, I didn't think the Russians would know what lobster was. Maybe they've seen pictures. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. No, I'm going to go ahead and then say it was Sholmes. Oh, no, never mind. Sholmes is here. About to break down the door. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Ooh, who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. I mean, technically, Ryunosuke, to you, he would be Western. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are. I'm the one and only the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it, this strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some more clues before that burly sailor returns. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out! Could we have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything we can do. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. What were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh. Like, seriously, she's like 50% Maya, 50% Pearl. And it would seem the hour is upon us now. The time has come. And so have I. Am I mistaken? Oh, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. A Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. No, sorry, no shit, Herlock. You know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Vodka. Why, the truth, of course. Nah, I'm gonna go with vodka. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Why am I using the Russian voice for him? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? No, which isn't out of character for this series. What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or a Russian on account of his dubiousness? Treading dangerously close to racism there, my dude. You're not wrong, but you're treading dangerously close to racism there, my dude. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you or anyone. No, he's spot on. I mean, you find a Russian, you find a suspicious person. That's all I'm saying. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know the man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. Also happy cat noises. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! And now, Hodo-san, never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. At a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. Current prediction. Mr. Russian guy? Actually ballerina. Fake beard, glasses. Fake nose. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylot's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches your eye in the first place. It's the enormous pair of shears in your hands. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. Question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. Oh, so that's the villain Bolshevik. I like my theory better. That theory is too obvious, is the problem. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. Also, that beard is completely fucking wrong? Yes, an extremely scopious beard that looks nothing like his. But considering the disappearing chair wasn't a plot point at all in the previous case, I don't know how much I can trust the images in this game. I'm not even reading this anymore because I'm sure the joke is, haha, Herlock's wrong. No, I refuse. Open the box. No, it's not going to be a young lady. Yeah, you're gonna say it's the tiara or the diadem or whatever it was. Crown. Or no, it's gonna. You said it was the lady, so it's gonna be the ballerina that's supposedly in there. Susanoo-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Oh, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. That did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Look, all I'm going to say is, out of the containers in this room, that one is significantly less likely to be holding a person than the giant-ass duffel bag? I don't know. That was shit. You cannot revolutionize your face. Yes, he does look more like him than me. No, Susanoo, 10 years of her would not be poking out of that case just because you could maybe fit a 5-year-old child into that case. That is... Please don't let this turn into a circus. We've already brought a 15-year-old girl into this topic of discussion. We don't need another circus case. Yes, let's switch his conclusions for some things that aren't stupid. No, I'm not going to tactfully do it. I'm going to call him stupid repeatedly. Look, Edgeworth plays logic chess. This man is eating half of the logic checkers. Morning, Ringtail. We've met Herlock Sholmes. He's an idiot. Yes, you're handcuffed. Wait. How? Okay, so you've unhandcuffed me. Cool. You are an idiot with very deft fingers. Look, there's nothing that really gets under my skin more than a hypocrite or an idiot who thinks they're smart. Unless that idiot is, like, so exceptionally idiotic that reality warps around their idiocy. I would just like to pose to several people in this chat that I am, in this case, referring to a different inspector who strikes a lot of poses and is also very stupid. Several of you in here probably know who I'm talking about. One of you in here doesn't yet, but eventually will. You were not one of the ones I would assume would. Fighter was pretty great. Though he didn't do too much reality warping with his stupidity, Black Belt managed to do that with his lack of direction. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Was it a call out to say that I was referring to a character in Final Fantasy XIV that you have not met yet? Yes, correct, exactly. I am referring to the Gentleman Inspector Hildebrand. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such implements? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? Doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word here, Hoda-san. See if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. Wonder if it really is his beard he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better. Oh no. Your internet service is cutting out? Or your... Am I the one to do something about it? Anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. Just gonna use those shears on the, I was gonna go with the tablecloth. Or not tablecloth, the newspaper. Oh. So yeah, I'm pretty convinced on my theory right now.
Yes!
I'm sorry, I thought that was... I didn't think that was hair at first. You're on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, wasn't very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. I only know how to do a male Russian voice. I cannot do a female Russian voice. So this is the voice you are going to get for every Russian. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Sure, it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Exactly. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Yeah, I figured it kinda. What? Are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room, deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's just focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? Yeah, it's the wrong side of the newspaper, dude. Welcome home. Yeah, no, it's the ballerina.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. A renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Girl pretty. Ah, you're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. The kidnapping of you. Yes, he enjoys this. It's not even hidden. legitimately, we would have been able to see it. Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
Yes!
Yeah, she stole the tiara. Worth 20,000 rubles or whatever. Worth 20,000 rupees. Yeah, we're turning this on so I can skip through things like this. Yeah, why is the trunk moving? Focus on the what? Because no pets allowed.
Yes!
And it contains a danger noodle. This last item listed in the vessel's rule passage, a pet. Danger noodles, which are very common in Russia. A well-known, very warm place. This is going to be a thing that's going to come up again in the future, isn't it? No, not disgust yourself. Disguise yourself. Why did you scream? Legitimately, the cuffs were removed so we could do all of the posing. Okay, now that we're out of stupid land. Okay, so what's in the box? No, it's not going to be a puppy. It's a danger noodle. A chicken. Yeah, he says he saw a danger noodle. But this is obviously the red herring at this point. Okay, but seriously, why are her books all knocked over too? Okay, yes, you should run away from the ballet. It was awful there, I understand. Wait, what? An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Wait, what was that? That's how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I've never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova's gonna tell us what really happened. Okay. Did you know someone died next door? Wow, we learned a grand total of fuck and all. Excuse me, Mr. Roylock. Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave now. No, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, You're unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, you were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. The investigation parts of cases always just kinda, yeah. The investigation parts always seem to drag. We should be able to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be. Oh, a joy. Same. Thank goodness. Yeah. Yes, it is Hosonaga okay. You there. Oh, there he is. Well, looks like things didn't go too well with you with the captain. Well, Hosonaga is, good job, Hosonaga. You are, like gumshoe levels of goated. No, it does not tell us that. New information. Yes, give me. mean, I'm like still convinced a noodle murdered him. Poison. Damage to the cervical vertebrae. What? They were considering poison. No poison. Yes, I do remember those. That would definitely leave bruising around the neck. Instant death. Victim's neck is almost certainly broken as a result of strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Unless it's curare! Yeah, he's a goobus. Shoe polish. I mean, I'm assuming that's shoe polish. Yeah. Okay. Does he even know? Yeah. What? Does he even know Russian? Possibly. So, like, the idea of it being a snake is going to be like a red herring or something. I like head pats. Yes. I wish the text box had... The reason I looked in at that skip text option before was because I was trying to see if there was just a speed up the text option. Yep. Mill's drugged. Okay, we need to move out here to advance things. Yeah, angry Russian man. And at Cholmes. Hey, look, it's not in the case anymore. Thank you for finally trusting me. What? I... Good job proving that we were here. Lordish. Yeah, I was going to assume they were books written in Russian. More accurately, I assume that was the joke that was going to be made. Because they can't read Russian. What's in the trash? Nothing. Maybe, I don't know. It got better by the end, that's for sure. Don't. These games are very linear. If I get caught, it's because I'm supposed to get caught. Investigate more in this area, huh? Oh. I think I found what we were supposed to find. I'm gonna look at this door, though. What's up, Herlock? I have no idea. Yes, ship's log. Is it? I thought it was a reference to Sherlock Holmes. Ah. Okay, so he didn't write nothing to report. He didn't write anything at all. Smuggling a ballerina in, maybe? Not very well. Well, maybe. You would have to let the player access all of the cases independently rather than running it linearly. And then, like, each individual thing would be, like, gated by, you know, how we needed to present the seal to not Maya. You know, we wouldn't be able to progress past that scene until we had gotten the seal. And each piece of evidence we find would be a check. It could be made to work, is more what I'll say. Okay, yeah, oh, so everyone has had a headache. Something tells me this place was pumped full of knockout gas. I'm thinking of something incredibly stupid right now. And when this blackout scene is done, if all of the shit on the shelf is knocked over, fuck me. So everyone on the entire fucking ship was knocked out last night. And they had a massive redirection of things. And and now that's important. The ship coming to a stop knocks over everything on the shelf and locks the door. Look, we just need to ask everyone on the ship. Do literally any of you remember anything that happened last night? Yeah, we were snooping as usual, I see. No, it was open when we got here. Okay, she's not going to be of any help. Sholmes, please. What the actual fuck, Sholmes? No, this is definitely tomfoolery. Oh god, are we doing this again? Yeah, we've got the answer to that, dude. Yes, there is a way the book... Are you fucking dense? No, you see, we were set up to know that the coiled band is a snake because it's... That's the red herring. Behold a dangerous noodle. Which is not a speckled one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh boy, it's this again. Okay, so aching heart is wrong. Apparently. I don't think snakes change their scale patterns. Also, wouldn't that be the least silent way of descending? What? An Indian. What? No, we explicitly know it's not poison. Also, fucking motive. Okay, so, that was stupid. I say that as someone who had that as his theory at the start of this. Okay, cool. Your great deductions are wrong on, like, every account ever. Snakes don't drink milk, as far as I know. Yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense. Yes, which means they don't drink milk. Yes, thank you. I mean, I don't know that they couldn't drink it. Like, they get water out of it, right? I know, they can definitely hear, right? Okay, but it does say that snakes can in fact hear, just not as well as people. But whistling wouldn't be among it. They can hear low frequencies. Look, all I'm trying to say is that the snake could easily have gone up the speaky tube, around the speaky tube, over the crenellations and into the vent. Presuming that they look to be three-dimensional as they seem. Yes, we're going to do the silly Sholmes thing. Why do I get the feeling that Mr. Wilson was the brains behind this operation? Why would you see the restored after her work is done if you're convinced it's the snake who did it? Yeah, considering what she's it seems the only other thing that comes up is right here. Oh, right, Rotate. Oh, yeah, that is definitely... Oh. Yeah, she's got a cat.
Yes!
Yeah, well, I mean, we didn't necessarily know that there was milk in that dish. So the snake is entirely unrelated. You know, at the very least, you could have denied the snake being your friend. Of course, if it's a calico cat... Yeah, that's my theory. It's a calico cat, and its tail was... It was in the vent, and its tail was the speckled band they saw, and it's unrelated. Well, chat, I think we might need to, I don't know, chat, I think we might need to possibly, I don't know, we might need to maybe just possibly,
Look at this photograph.
and would you look at that, the bell thing is probably the thing, probably. The broken thing. So it's not a Calico Cat, so it wouldn't be the Speckled Band.
Yes!
Why is Tiago in the picture? Why does that man have a snake on his head? How much does Tiago's butt weigh? Find out next time on Tia Butt Z.
Yes, correct. Nor do the snakes, for that matter. Yeah, we do need to. Yes, that is a thing we need to invent. What is the thing there? It's not a snake skin. No. Yeah, it's a cat toy. It is positively adorable. It is like the most adorable thing ever.
Yes!
No, don't just stay away from that game. It's cursed. Because Kitty somehow got into the vent. Kitty got into his room. And she was trying to get Kitty to come back. Yep. She was... Ring? You wind up typing things that like happened quite a while ago. Does your connection lag or something? We pushed... No, we're not showing anyone a photograph. We're being forced to look at the photograph. Yeah, the... That's... no.
Yes!
Oh dear. Yeah, probably, possibly. Yeah, I don't think it was the kitten. This isn't Dungeons and Dragons, where a cat can one-round a commoner. Well, no, you see, the average commoner has 3 HP. And a cat has 2 claws and a bite. So it can do 3 damage a round.
Yes!
Okay, yeah, those could easily do it. He tripped over the kitty? I have... I enjoy reading the trials, but... I see a... Yeah, there's the other broken part of the bell. Yep. It wasn't me.
Yes!
I am not the only tiny kitten. Oh, I'm still not even happy about the fact that a kitten was involved in him dying. And it definitely wasn't me.
Yes!
It's okay. If you...
Look at this photograph.
You can clearly see. I'm just hoping the little kitty is okay. No. You see, I'm really hoping, because there are several parts of this that aren't addressed yet. Like why everyone has a headache and no one woke up and the ship came to a complete screeching stop. Did you try to piss? I said piss, 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 piss. I did not buzz. Yeah, I'm already here. So that is not explaining... Yes, it's also not explaining why, Yeah, why is there a snake? Also, why was there writing in Russian? Why does everyone have a headache and not remember things? Is this your snake? It's your snake. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko. Which explains the face marks. It doesn't appear to be a venomous snake. It definitely is behaving a lot more like a constrictor. The snake existed... Ow! Snake existed as entirely a red herring. Was the Ketchutayago the favorite thing? Wait, what? What? I'm confused still, and I'm... but yeah, it was actually rather common for ships to have cats aboard to hunt the rats aboard. Her guilt! Yeah, no. Okay, right now I see what she's getting at. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth, but even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. No, it's once an hour total and once per person per stream. Okay, so we are actually tracking the Russian communist man. The discrepancy is that there was the writing on the thing. Nah, that one's already suitably been answered. Oh, whether it was an accident or not, okay.
Hold it!
Russian rotate? Okay, spelling it out. The writing.
Yes!
Truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. So, after you...
Look at this photograph!
You'll see there's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. You see, like, here we go. We're like we're like at a trial part here. And now my investment is back. The script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. See what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Yeah. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra resulted in instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What?
Yes!
Piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. How does she have the other half? Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? No. Well, these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. When Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room who we have used Miss Pavlova as the shadow for. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up her own guilt. Yeah. Okay, why? Is there someone else present in Mr. Asogi's? You are wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other, yeah, but we already know this one. I was in the cabin when it happened. We're shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, that is the point. It was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. Nah. You'll suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet is impossible. He's right. Wait, we've personally experienced this, Susato. Yeah, because when the ship comes to a screeching stop, they close, which no one remembers because everyone was unconscious because something. Yes, I do know what you mean, actually. Yes, we know what he means! Yes, we've seen it happen! You mental lemon! When Sholmes is being smarter than you, you know something has gone wrong!
Yes!
Look at the bookcase! Books and things on it have toppled over? When the ship made its emergency stop, yes. Yes, inertia is a property of matter. But then the door was bolted, yes. We know, we were present for that. Ineptia, yes. Yes, the button. We know. We know. And we're going to get to the part where everyone was fucking drugged. Okay, so he presses random buttons. My thoughts on this are literally everyone had a headache.
Yes!
Steven Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. So you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under Nurgle circumstances, when, you know, the Warhammer, the Chaos, Pestilence circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night to the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... Duh! Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we know what it feels like now. It's loud and jarring. But you were all drugged, which is why you all have headaches. What of the throbbing? Yes, thank you. Why is Sholmes the voice of reason? Your head, man, the throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. Have you been dragged out of the wardrobe? It had handcuffs. Yes, we are aware of your animation of the handcuffs. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did... Oh! It was all in the food. What did you survive on? But Kazuma didn't eat that, so he was... awake, and then he... Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Yeah, it was drugged. My dear fellow, does it not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with? Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Thank you for explaining soporific for the class. You mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so when no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idiot. No, that is literally exactly what I mean. Precisely. Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Now that... Well, Seaman? Eh? Sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. They did it in order to sneak her on board. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? Cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. No, we do not use that word yet. Sorry, yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Da. We not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with small fishing boat. All the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe literally. Yes, you... Well, I guess they're usually not boring stories, but they usually are long, and you believe a lot of shit, dude. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. That's bullshit. Question. How long ago would it have been you wouldn't have let a woman on board your ship at all? because it would only cause misfortune to befall all of you for having a woman on board your ship. Because, you know, that was a thing. Sailors had all sorts of superstitions. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? You hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man! But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, where observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reason. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so it's one of them.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganov's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. Pleasure. All right, then. The evidence proves what the science... Blah, 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 blah.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. All right, yes, it was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Boria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beth, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. Went with her. I went with her. The door to cabin 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. Kitten escaped through ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin, then tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you when Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph, yes, I took this myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Naruhodo? Oh, well. Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck. Part of this photographic print seems unnatural. Well, this is literally unnatural. But I get the feeling that it's that he did by falling forward.
Yes!
Nope. No, there are... Yes, I did. Oh, he would... his hand... Well, yes, his hands would have been open because he would have been trying to catch himself.
Yes!
All right, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. And here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yeah, that's her earring. Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. I'm just curious if, no? Not that one. Nor there. I mean, I know I saw it literally on her. Oh, we're just gonna go into this again?
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Oh. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova? Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? No. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Yet. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin and could relax after this horrible long day. Oh, yeah! Couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. Nothing worked. Darko would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Barker jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared, and I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? I'm Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway, in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back Strange Paper's sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sasato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body into good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burya did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. He was going to go get Ryunosuke. I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yeah, he was about... You see, this is the thing that kills me. This is what kills me in these. Where I have come to the conclusion 15 minutes ago.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Yep, you killed someone who wasn't even intending to wrong you. Wasn't even going to do something that was indirectly going to wrong you. He was going to keep your secret. And he was, in fact, going to give you incriminating evidence on himself. And you killed him. Good job. You did it. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth, but unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Murder. Murder is what you have done. And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. No. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Would the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so she's in exile now. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death was like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for the visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now? No. Forgiveness is a choice that you have to make, and it's a very tough one. No. Now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. No, it was not an accident. It was a rash split-second decision, but it was not an accident. Maybe if she had tried to, like, get in his way and then trying to get around her, he tripped, then that could have been classified as an accident. But by her shoving him, that was not an accident. Even if she hadn't intended to shove him into the bedpost. Just a silly series of mishaps? No. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least... Huh? Fuck off, Sholmes. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles, and I will always picture you as a dumbass. One of us will be right. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I mean, he is a stowaway. Also, it's the 1900s. Oh, not at all. Although it's a little late. May I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. And that's why I'm a lawyer. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. Yes, and I am the bodyguard of someone who is dead, and she is the legal assistant of someone who is dead. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. Is Sholmes about to say something smart? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Yeah, it's that I'm a lawyer now. That's definitely how being a lawyer works. All you require is one lawyer, and the study will continue, Shirley. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. We do know someone who has successfully defended a murder case. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. Hosonaga, you saw me successfully win a hopeless case. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we could reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a whole month to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Yes, because you can definitely become a lawyer with a month's worth of study. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? That would be 30 days. There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? You serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no. It's madness. Madness? This is a ship bound for Britain. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. No, I kind of like those. I kind of like rules. I kind of like order. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. Actually, you've seen it twice as much as Sholmes has. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now, despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Also, there really aren't a lot of rules in this world for being a lawyer. You kind of just do what you want. If the judge yells at you, you stop doing that. Unless you're the prosecution. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mrs. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. I know what you're saying, but this game's fan base is going to interpret this in a different She fucking judo flipped him 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. No, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I'm not wiggling very well. Come on, camera, work with me. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. This trial was this episode was kind of depressing, so I'm wiggling to make the happy brains. Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the techniques of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato Takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato Squash. It is worth noting that as far as various martial arts go, when it comes to just putting someone down, boxing, actually really effective. My groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma, flickered into my mind. Ow. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Please, samurai were about the only people who were educated in Japan for a long time. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. Oh, fuck. What you said earlier. He's totally going to have a moment where he's absolutely fucked in court. And he's going to put his hand on the sword's hilt. And he's going to hear Asogi's voice. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Exactly. Phoenix has to be Obi-Wan somehow. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. I wonder if I will find this man with a tall brown top hat and brown suit there. I hear he likes puzzles. I don't remember. I thought it was Professor Police Chief. Let's continue. I'm going to continue. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Okay, that made me check something that unfortunately isn't going to be the case.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes once said of the incident.
I was like, are we going to be involved in a trial of Jack the Ripper here? But no, since this is said to take place in the 1900s, that means we're a little bit past Jack the Ripper.
Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Hey, why is there this wall near the 9th platform that people keep slamming their face into? I don't care those books won't be written for another century.
I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
No, we're just very strange Londoners who dress even weirder.
And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What an incredible place. I need to ask, is the Sil, can you confirm or deny something for me? Scotland Yard isn't located inside of Big Ben, is it? So imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Well, because as you can see by the upside down Roman numeral 6, it's inside of a giant clock. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the difference than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Take care, Epic. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, we have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. You have to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it's with some regret I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. I want to do this another way. I want to see if there's a different way of doing this. No, I wanted to be able to present this armband, which identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. And I wanted to use that as the method of which I would, you know, broach the subject. But sadly, no. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. Okay, no, the dude looks way older and way wider than Jack Atlas. Without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. I don't remember Jack Atlas having facial hair. The thing is, this isn't really going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, if I could ruin things here if I'm not careful, what am I going to say? If there's someone else here that could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, about glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. Voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry out and do everything he'd planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you can set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief. Not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things, or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Oh, we've got another DL6 incident. We have another DL6 incident. It's in the process of being DL6 incidenting, and it's whatever the hell Asogi intended to do. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet. So this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? This seems... Hold on, I need to Google something real quick. Google.com. When were ethics invented? The 5th century BC. Oh, also, hello, disrespectful Neko. Sorry, I tend to hear what chat says through a text-to-speech device that only I hear, and it doesn't read out emotes, so I didn't see someone come in. If you're still here, that is. Because I don't know how long I was ignoring you for. Ethics have been a thing for 2 millennia now. Just so you know. Ethics were invented a long, long time ago. Also, Google was able to answer this when I asked, when were ethics invented? Well, I could ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Thank you. You're a cute person of face possession. Yes, good question. I remember. Murder. You see, I wasn't joking because it's a Phoenix Wright game, but like... So yeah, there's this trial today. Murder. Someone, they haven't had a lawyer appointed yet. This guy who's studied law for 40 days. Yeah, here you go. Go, defend this. If you win, you're a lawyer. That's definitely at least 5 whole ethics. A murder? It's an extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention just in case... Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Comfy Box. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sentenced to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. My name's Oneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat, and all friend. The social relationships here aren't para at all. I am your friend now. This is not an option. This is a threat. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. Okay, we're at least up to 7 whole ethics here. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you have come to me claiming to be a lawyer. I won't. I love having more friends. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial shall begin... Where I don't know where I got shall from. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to help? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. All right then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. No, you see this little goober on my shoulder here? This is Smolma Bat. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. But what could I do? It's alright, I understand. Do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Ms. Susato means is, what you are asking us to do violates every code of ethics that could ever be imagined. Is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially, that would be unforgivable, and I feel the exact same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Does someone want to give Small a banana? Ever since that was talked about, he has not stopped squeaking in my ear. Ow! Banana to the face. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Oh, good news, you actually passed. That was an ethics test. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me, what do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree, but in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, must leave at once. Wow, that took me a lot less than 20 minutes. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth... Teeth? My teeth were going to rattle loose. My teeth. I can words. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Yes, sir, destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the dependents to... Dependents? God, my words. Mouth. Make the correct mouth sounds. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at the expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And, well, in a strange and faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout, but 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2-3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Oh! It hit me in the eye! don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, to be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. Trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be on the dock. So what I want you to do is come along with me, stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes. Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there, in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? Central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask ya? All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you deaf idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. Here's a chance for a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, no. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Okay, I officially realized that my attempted Irish accent is steadily slipping into Canadian. Oh yeah, that would be the Reaper there. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Hey, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Bracken Van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. Oh yeah, he's the prosecutor there, don't you know? The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Oh, when Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused to sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. See, and now that I've said it and thought it, it keeps happening. Fuck me. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand on defense against this fella at all. Fine, he's Canadian now. I can stay. Maybe the Canadian voice will drift into an Irish voice after a while. Who knows? Who could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey? Goodness. Lord Barak Van Zykes. You must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Oh yeah, talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. Student of law, wouldn't you know? Student of law, don't you know? 'Tis no accident, I assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused, or about this prosecutor known as the Reaper. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Sir Naruhodo, man has no one else. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, and with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you? Hold on. What are you doing? You're late for the start of the trial. If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Or Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Yeah. I mean, how many undefeated prosecutors ceased being undefeated prosecutors? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. I'm sorry, what are the several of these judges? Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It's both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Stop with the crazy eyes. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. I'm sorry, is that just Vampire Edgeworth? Okay, so those weren't the judges. Those were, I don't know. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Seriously, it's just Vampire Edgeworth. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial seriously, it's... I need someone to say anything to dissuade Vampire Edgeworth. Because I'm sorry, all I am seeing is Vampire Edgeworth. The defense would like to pose a question. Yeah. The defense would like to pose a proposal to the prosecution, and that is that you steal men's souls and make them your slave. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. Stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You can be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've already said, me lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore all the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a chance? I'd like to think the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud, don't you know? Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? As though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. Okay, so those are the jury. That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? The defense would like to point to this man and say that he did it. On the grounds that he is currently flipping a fucking knife. Yes, the maid does in fact have a stare that says she will not hesitate to murder you. This man is just pissed. We are 100% going to be accusing a member of the jury. There's like no way that's not what's going to happen. You know, I'm actually going to say she's probably okay. She just has resting bitch face. You, I don't know. I can't really get a read on you. You do have a glorious mustache. And, 10% chance that the sweet old granny did it. Yes, my lord, if the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. No, Your Honor, I'm still like 90% convinced he did it. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with me knitting. Let's finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Prosecutor Van Zykes. Bleh, yes, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. Bleh, I was merely resting in my manor. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, bleh, 5 years have passed since I last. Okay, no, it's no longer a joke. It's just, yep, since I last spread my wings in this capacity. He's just a vampire. He is just a vampire, ladies and gentlemen. So what brings you back? I heard that there would be new blood. Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? Because he is literally just Dracula. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. The Reaper has been out of action for 5 years? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks, not Maya. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. I got kicked out of hell. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. I had just woken up as the sun had set. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of... I'm losing the Transylvania accent. Bleh, bleh, bleh. In service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. So much wasted blood. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Oh shit, they are advanced. They have color photography. Bleh. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are? Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them? The defense would really like to request that the murder weapon be submitted as evidence. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was none other than the accused. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Oh, yeah, well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded, to be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is. And when I opened me eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what's the... I'm sorry, I said that Brooklyn style. Now I askin' yous, what's the good-hearted soul one rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. Also, I am more than capable of recognizing freshly spilt blood. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It is the nail in the coffin for the accused. And I am very familiar with coffins. As I rest in one, I sleep in a bed, just like everyone else. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. Will be revealed next time. Simple, the case has literally just started. True, the prosecution has not assaulted anyone yet. But I feel as though I need to state that the operative word there is yet. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.